Our customers are
I'm not usually
Carrier asks, what does comfort
And that brings up the catcher, Colin Wiska. Remember, I mentioned in the first inning about it being a beautiful day here in Sheboygan. It's quite hot and very humid. And upon leaving the ballpark last night and grabbing onto the railings, they were all wet from the dew because of the high humidity. And it's the same thing here today. Swing and a miss by Wiska. I have somebody throwing jabs in my ear behind me. Swing and foul tick into the mitt of Shane Ryan, and that's a strikeout. Wiska goes down on strikes, and that brings up first baseman John McHugh. Addison actually has their home uniforms on, home whites, and Sheboygan actually has the road grays on today. Rest assured, Sheboygan is still the home team. They'll be the home team all 4 games this weekend. Pitch is up high. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Sheboygan with a golden opportunity in the bottom of the first to tack on a couple more runs, but Jurgensen hit into a 4-6-3 double play. Count is now 3-2. Swing and a miss. Pacholi with a couple of strikeouts to end the second. And after 1.5, Sheboygan on top, 1-0. Leading off the bottom of the second for Sheboygan will be Tyler Brandenburg. Brandenburg DHing in this first game. I'll give you the updated Wisconsin State League standings. In first place is Burlington. They are 7-2. In second place is Lombard. They're 5-2. They're followed by West Allis at 7-3. Bouncing ball foul. Sheboygan is in fifth place. They're 5-4. Addison drops below Sheboygan after yesterday's doubleheader loss. They're 5-7 in the league. Kenosha is 3-7, and Green Bay having a tough go of it in the state league. They're 3-10. Pitch looked a little bit high and outside. What was called a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brandenburg in the hole now. Fouls it off. So as we speak, Sheboygan's in fourth place in the state league. And they've been struggling all year and finally got themselves overall now at an 8-8 record. Hopefully they can move to 10-8. A tough task to win all 4 games, but they have a chance. Ball hit in the hole. Shortstop Mercurio not able to make the play. It was a tough play. Error is charged to Mercurio. Got over in pretty good shape, but couldn't make the pickup. That brings up the center fielder, number 22, T.D. Walker. Walker hitting in the 7th spot today. Cardoza gave up 3 singles in the first inning and allowed Sheboygan to get a run. Pitches a ball, evens the count at 1-1. Brandenburg's on at first. He's not much of a threat to run over there. Infield is deep at second, short, and third. Pitch is fouled back. Oh, heck that. Making the play over at first base was John McHugh. Nice play by him. And that retires T.D. Walker. And that brings up the number 8 hitter, Shane Ryan. I thought that ball was going to get out of play. Obviously, it did not. First pitch is in there for a strike. On deck, the number 9 hitter, Nathan Ebersol. Just off the corner for a ball. Crowd is really quiet today. Have a pretty nice fan base out here for a Sunday afternoon. Addison brought about 15 people or so. That foul ball evens the count at 2-2. Brandenburg on it first. Fly ball out to center field. Good catch made out there by Espinoza. 2 down now for Sheboygan. Ryan hit the ball hard, but Espinoza got a good break on it. Made it look easy. Nathan Ebersol is up next. He's playing at shortstop this game. Ball gets by the catcher, and Brandenburg didn't know where the ball was, obviously. He went about a third of the way down. Then when he realized the catcher was actually chasing the ball, then he decided to go, and Wiska showed a good arm but couldn't get Brandenburg. That was a slow developing play, to say the least. Brandenburg's going to have a tough time scoring on a single to right if the ball goes right to one of the outfielders. Something in the gap. Keep your eye on the ball. Steve Reich makes it 3 balls and 1 strike. Ross Christ is on deck. Sheboygan threatening to score again. They got a run in the first. Line drive foul. Another pitch fouled back. Ebersol hanging tough in there. Count is 3 balls and 2 strikes. There are 2 outs. Brandenburg on at second. He reached on a error and advanced on a pass ball. Swing and a miss on a pitch that looked like it was outside the strike zone. At the end of 2, Sheboygan still on top, 1-0.
All right, guys, we got teriyaki, honey barbecue, and mild. Enjoy. All right, DOA wings, hottest on the menu.
You got a problem?
Leading off the top of the third for Addison is going to be John Zielinski. He did not see any action yesterday. On the season, he's hitting .250, 1 for 4. Has walked a couple times, though, so he's got a pretty good eye. Freddie Morales is on deck for the Braves. So far in the ball game, Tyler Pacholi has retired the first 6 batters he's faced. The last 2 in the second inning were strikeouts. When Piccoli's around the strike zone, he's very tough. He's got good movement on his pitches. He's pretty quick and got a deceptive move. Ball is popped up. Jurgensen in foul territory makes the catch. That brings up Freddie Morales, the second baseman. Morales was 0 for 3 in Game 2 of yesterday's doubleheader. Sheboygan on a 2-game winning streak. That doubleheader win yesterday. Trying to extend that today. Breaking ball is in for a strike. Sheboygan's next home game after today's doubleheader will be on Wednesday when they host Menasha. Oh, home game tomorrow, a makeup game. I knew that. Against the Appleton Legends. Awesome. So the Appleton Legends in a makeup game will be here tomorrow. That'll be a 7:30 start. Plan is to live stream it. Ben Espinoza, the center fielder, is up. He's the number 9 hitter in the Addison Braves lineup. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Strike 2. Wind is blowing out the center field pretty strong right now. Choli's pitch rides up high and makes the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. There are 2 outs. We're in the top of the 3rd. Sheboygan on top, 1-0 on Harry Stelt's single to right back in the 1st inning. Strike 3. Called strike 3, and that's 4 out of the last 6 outs by Piccoli have been via strikeouts at the end of 2.5. Sheboygan on top, 1-0.
All right, guys, we got teriyaki, honey barbecue, and mild. Enjoy. All right, DOA wings, hottest on the menu.
You got a problem?
Leading off the bottom of the third is the leadoff hitter, Ross Christ. Chris singled and scored back on first. Cardozo's first offering is a ball down low. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ball 4 puts the leadoff runner on for Sheboygan and brings up the left fielder, Mark Warner. Warner singled his first time up. Jacob Neese is on deck. Christ is a threat to steal. He has 4 stolen bases on the season. He's also the team leader in walks. He now has 14 walks. Line drive out to left. It's going to drop for a hit. I'll tell you, when I saw that ball go out to left, I thought it had a chance of being caught, but the left fielder was almost hugging the warning track. He was very deep. Yeah, he's way back there. And he still is way back there. That brings up Jacob Neese. Center fielder Espinoza is shaded slightly to right field. Leaves a pretty good gap in left center field. He's got a good healthy cut at that one, fouled it off, makes the count no balls and 2 strikes. That pitch comes in outside. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cardozo has made 3 starts on the season. Pop-up is caught in foul territory by John McHugh. And that brings up Harry Stelt. Similar situation from the first inning where he was able to single in a run. Cardozo, like I said, has made 3 starts. He's got a loss, given up 18 hits in 11 innings. And Christ, they weren't paying attention to him, so he took advantage of it and stole third. Puts runners on the corner. First pitch was a ball. So Sheboygan with runners on the corners, Stelt up with a ball 1 count. Harry takes that pitch for a strike. Warner going on the pitch. Stelt is out at first, but Christ scores from third. Running in as soon as Cardoza tossed the ball to first base, he broke from third and was able to score. And then on the bad throw, Warner goes all the way to third. So give Harry a ground out, 1-3, and an RBI. And then Warner goes to third on an E3. A bad throw from McHugh. But key thing is Sheboygan has another run. It's now 2-0. A lot happening on that play. Two outs. Jurgensen swinging on the first pitch, hits it out towards right. And making the grab out there was Schiaffani. And that ends the third inning for Sheboygan, but not before they tack on another run. It's now 2-0. Leading off the top of the fourth for Addison is their left fielder, Brandon Hollifield. We're looking to see who won the chicken dance song, even though they're dancing to YMCA. Waiting for Abby to come up here and give us the word. Eric a winner. Ball is popped up in foul territory. Jurgensen coming over, and he's got it with a basket catch right in front of the Addison dugout. Oh my. That is the third foul pop-up caught by the first baseman in the ball game. Addison has one, Sheboygan has two. That's going to bring up Peter Mercurio, the shortstop. It's one right back to the mound. And Piccoli makes the play. And a quick 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. That's going to bring up the third baseman, Cy Kerber. Dare I mention it, CJ, 11 in a row. Got a perfect game going with 2 outs in the fourth, and that'll be the last time I mention it. because they're ready to run me out of the press box. Eric Hasenstein was our dance contest winner. Eric's a regular here at the ballpark. And I mentioned a couple broadcasts back, he was the A's Fan of the Year last year. Kerber grounded to second his first trip up back in the first. Swinging a foul at home plate. No balls and 2 strikes. We have 2 outs. We're in the top of the 4th. Sheboygan on top, 2-0. Way outside. Picholi in the windup. Ball just inside, just miss hitting Kerber. I think we have a question today about who got hit the most in their career while playing with the A's. Maybe throw that out there right now. We'll answer it the next half inning. Line drive to the gap in left center field. Walker makes a diving attempt, and he's got it. Oh, my. Another fine defensive play by the Sheboygan A's outfield. This time it's T.D. Walker. And at the end of 3.5 innings of play, Sheboygan on top, 2-0.
Usually,
I've never really been into this sappy, corny, mushy garbage.
you know what? I'm going for it. You are completely and utterly
Awesome. Great. I'm glad you showed up.
in my life.
I could never get through this world without you. You are really close to my
Heart!
I think I'm about to cry. You better not.
every single time I.
Get down, get down!
There you are. You always
My
have.
back, my back. I'm so glad you're alive.
It's like all these tiny little things
Yes, yes, things.
are serious and kind of important.
You gotta hold it like a baby bird.
And
Please be quiet.
listen. You hear that?
That's a little something I like to call
Friendship.
Leading off the bottom of the 4th for Sheboygan be the designated hitter Tyler Brandenburg. Brandenburg comes in hitting .285. And a big hit in that 6-run 5th inning yesterday of Game 2. The base hit that drove in 2 runs. Cardozo's first pitch is outside for a ball. Our quiz question today for this first game. Bouncing ball up the middle, a base hit for Brandenburg. Our question for this ball game is, which A's player holds the career record for being hit by a pitch the most at 154 times. He's not currently playing with Sheboygan. He is a Hall of Famer. Ooh, CJ, 2 days in a row. Line drive, foul. Walker. Really? CJ saying this player is ranked 10th in NCAA baseball. Still, he's been retired from the A's for a number of years, was voted in the Hall of Fame about 4 or 5 years ago. And I actually caught up to him a couple of years ago. I was umping in this East Shore League that plays only on Sundays. And I think he was playing for Johnsburg. And that player is Clay Schwartz. Actually, it's pronounced Clay Schwartz. He is the career leader in being hit by pitch with 154. Pitch in the dirt, gets by Ryan. It's going to allow, gets by Wieskara. Allows Brandenburg to go to second. Brandenburg got a better look at that pitch that got by the catcher and took off right away. So now Sheboygan has a man on second with nobody out. T.D. Walker with a 2-2 count. Lines one again fouled on the third base side. And we're ready to get action started again. All the players are back at their positions. Which is a little bit low and outside. 3-2 is the count. So out of the 2 games yesterday, Addison was only able to get 2 runs. They've really had a hard time of it. Walker goes down swinging. Good pitch by Cardoza. That brings up Shane Ryan. Ryan hit the ball hard his first time up. Drove the center fielder Espinosa back, but Espinosa was able to catch it. Brandenburg still on second. Ryan takes that first pitch in for a strike. Mark Herman's in the house. The pitch just a little bit up. Cardoza wanted it. The catcher wanted it. The umpire said it was a ball. Nathan Ebersole on deck. Anyway, my point in saying about Addison having trouble scoring runs, if Sheboygan can get another run or two, it's going to be really hard for Addison to get enough runs to win the ball game. That swing and a miss evens the count at 2-2. Bounce foul down the first base side. Everybody's back in their positions. We're ready to continue play. 2-2 pitch coming up to Ryan. Again, he fouls that one off. Fans trying to get fired up. They lead it 2-0. Stelt has both RBIs, one on a base hit, one on a ground out. And that ball hits Ryan. And A's are going to now have runners on first and second with one out. And Ebersol up. Ryan Fields coming in the pinch run for Brandenburg. Okay, one out, runners on first and second. Ebersol up. First pitch is in for a strike. Cardoza in another jam. He's been in jams in the first, third, and now again here in the fourth. Pitch looked actually pretty much in the same spot as the first one, but the second pitch is called a ball. Evens the count at 1-1. One out. Cardoza not overpowering. Needs to get his pitches in the spots that he wants them to in order to get outs by the batters. Pitches inside, makes the count 3-1. On deck is the leadoff hitter, Ross Christ. Christ has scored the 2 Sheboygan runs. Ryan Fields on at second. Pinch running for Brandenburg. And with that walk to Ebersol, the bases are now loaded. Kerber and Wiska coming to the mound to talk to Cardoza what they want to do. The ground ball. Coach Kurkowski now coming out of the dugout to talk to his pitcher. Nobody warming up in the Addison bullpen. So I'm pretty sure he's going to stick with Alex Cardoza. Great opportunity for Sheboygan to break this one open. They did it in the second game yesterday when they scored 6 runs in the fifth. See if Sheboygan can break this one open also. Cardoza in the windup. Crisp hits one hard to second. They'll get the out at first, but it will score another run. So Chris with an out and an RBI, and all the runners move up a base. Two outs now. Great opportunity for Warner to drive in a couple. He's 2 for 2. He's got a couple of singles. Tell you that left fielder for Addison is really back there. He's very close to the warning track. Warner jumping on that first pitch, but fouls it back. Bonner swinging at that next pitch, fouls it back. No balls and 2 strikes. Sheboygan has another run in. They lead it 3-0. Pacholi's been on his game, the Sheboygan pitcher. Tough for Addison. Ball in the dirt, but a great stop made by Colin Wiska, the Braves catcher. Keep another run from scoring. Count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Wind is blowing hard out to center. Anything hit that way will carry. That outside pitch now evens the count. 2-2. And another pitch outside. Cardozo lost the grip on that pitch. It's now 3-2. Good speed on at second base. And Ebersol, he could score on a single. Ball 4. Loads him up again. This time for Jacob Neese. And we are going to have a pitching change. We'll take a short break and be right back.
Asks, what does comfort mean to you? We know it means more than just the temperature. And the people who invented modern air conditioning keep inventing new ways to make you comfortable. Carrier, turn to the experts.
For your heating and cooling needs, call Advanced Comfort Systems, Sheboygan's only Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Logan List is now pitching for Addison. He's appeared in 3 games. This will be his 4th appearance. He does have 2 starts with a loss. A very high ERA at 12.15, but he's only pitched 6 2/3 innings. And the first batter he's going to face is Sheboygan's number 3 hitter, Jacob Neese. Neese looking to break this game wide open right now. It's 3-0 Sheboygan. List right-hander. Slender with long legs. Looks like he throws pretty hard. Breaking pitch is outside for ball 2. We are in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch is ball 3. It's 3-0. You got to think Neese will be taking a couple pitches here. List did not see any action yesterday. And that pitch is down low. 4-pitch walk forces in a run for Sheboygan. They now lead it 4-0. Harry Stelt is up next, playing at third base today. There are 2 outs. See if Harry can come through with a big hit. Bring home a couple more. Takes that first pitch right there for strike 1. This breaking pitch is just outside. We have Ebersol at third, Warner at second, Neese over at first. Ball is fouled straight back. Count is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Carey. Wieska doing a good job of keeping that ball from going back to the screen. He's low and outside. Evens the count at 2-2. Which is again outside. 3-2 is the count. Runners will have a head start on this 3-2 pitch. And there they go. And that's outside, and it gets by the catcher. 2 runs are going to score. 1 on the walk, and 1 on the wild pitch. And Stelt goes all the way to second base. 2 runs for Sheboygan. Sheboygan now leads it 6-0. Big 4-run inning. Jurgensen up with runners on second and third. Lines one right up the middle, a base hit to center field. 2 runs will score for Sheboygan, and they lead it now 8-0. Oh my. That brings up Ryan Fields, who came in to pinch run for Brandenburg earlier this inning. He takes strike 1. A little looping fly ball down the right field side. It's fair for Fields. Jurgensen racing all the way to third on that single. And Sheboygan's rally continues. Good base running by Jimmy Jurgensen. That brings up T.D. Walker. It's been a 6-run inning for Sheboygan. They now lead it 8-0. This happened in game 2 yesterday when Sheboygan scored 6 in the 5th inning. Went on to win 9-2. Which is outside. Walker is the 11th batter for Sheboygan this inning. Chris grounded out for the second out. That scored a run, and since that out, it's been walk, 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 single, single. Choli getting a long break between innings for him. Walker draws a walk. Logan List has had a lot of trouble finding the plate, and when he did, Sheboygan's been getting base hits. That brings up Shane Ryan. Ryan reached and scored on a hit by pitch. Another ball. That pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. Again, List having trouble finding the strike zone, throws that ball in the dirt. It's now 2 balls and 1 strike. Addison having a lot of trouble finding the third out in the 4th. It's just outside. Ryan takes that pitch up high, and that forces in another run. Nathan Ebersole is up. Sheboygan has a game tomorrow night against the Appleton Legends. That's a makeup from a rained-out game earlier this season. And then on Wednesday, they will be at home again when they host the Menasha Max in an NEW game, Northeastern Wisconsin League. Manager Kurkowski leaving a list in to face Nathan Ebersole. Ebersole walked and scored earlier in the inning. Pitch is outside. Swing and a miss. Evens the count at 1-1. 7-run inning so far. Bases remain loaded. Ball is hit out to center field and caught for the third out. But it's a 7-run inning for Sheboygan. They lead it 9-0.
All right, guys, we got teriyaki, honey barbecue, and mild. Enjoy. All right, DOA wings, hottest on the menu.
You got a problem?
Pitch is down low. 3-2 is the count now. Picholi has been rolling along and kind of hit a wall here so far in the fifth. Pitch is inside for a ball. It loads the bases. That brings up the designated hitter, John Zielinski. Tim Moyer coming out to talk to his pitcher. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Pitching change. Picholi still on the mound. Sheboygan with a big 9-0 lead. Stretch and the pitch is outside. Another pitch outside. Waiting on deck is the number 8 hitter, second baseman Freddie Morales. A good part of the order for Picholi to get out of this jam. Line drive, base hit to left. That'll score 1. First hit of the ball game by Addison. And that also breaks up the shutout. So a lot of things lost in this inning. Bases remain loaded and still nobody out. Swinging down the right field side. It's a fair ball. Again, 1 run will score on a single by Fred Morales down the right field line. Hit it in a perfect spot. And that brings up the center fielder, Ben Espinoza. Choli's first pitch is outside. So we got McHugh at third, Zielinski at second, Morales at first. 2 runs in. There's a drive out to right. Way back there, and out of here. A grand slam home run by Ben Espinoza, the number 9 hitter. Oh my. So far, it's a 6-run inning for Addison. We're going to have a pitching change. So now 9-6, Ryan Thiel coming in to pitch for Sheboygan. Ryan Fields in pitching. Now pitching for Sheboygan is Ryan Fields. This is his fourth appearance of the season. He's gone a five and a third innings, given up 3 hits, has an ERA of 1.69, and he's starting this appearance with no outs. We're in the 5th inning, and Addison has so far tacked on 6 runs. It's now 9-6. We're talking during the break that Tyler Pacholi had retired 12 straight batters, and then he couldn't retire any of the next 6. His pitching line goes 4 innings pitched, 3 hits, 6 runs, all earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, allowing that grand slam home run. It's up to Fields now to come in and preserve the victory. That makes it 3-1. So far in the inning, Addison has gotten 2 walks and a hit by pitch and 2 singles and a home run. Ball hit out to right. Drops in front of Christ for a base hit. And the rally continues for the Braves. Brings up Peter Mercurio, the shortstop. Mercurio's 0 for 2 in the ball game. First pitch is in for a strike. Another pitch poured in there by Fields for a strike. In Ryan's 5 1/3 innings of work, he does have 4 strikeouts and 3 walks. And a good transfer by Ryan Fields, getting that ball from his glove into his hand and throwing down to get the base stealer, Brandon Hollyfield. Good play by Fields. That's the first out of the inning. Count now is 1 ball and 2 strikes. And a swing and a foul tip. Shane Ryan not able to hang on to it. Addison making a game of it. They got down 9-0. It's now 9-6. Pitch hangs up high. There's a drive to deep left. Warner going back. He's got room. He catches it on the edge of the warning track for the second out of the inning. Ben Espinoza had the big hit of the inning, a grand slam home run. And that brings up Cy Kerber. Kerber's playing third base in this ball game. First pitch is a strike. There's 2 outs. We're in the top of the 5th inning. Sheboygan on top, 9-6. We're right up the middle. Fields just able to get out of the way of that ball. And that brings up Mike Schiaffani. Schiaffani led off the 5th inning and walked and wound up scoring. Pitch is fouled back. Sure, we got a little bit of a breaker. I'm not sure if somebody got hit by that foul ball and needs a few seconds. But umpire Steinke is out talking to Ryan Fields. Fans in the stands are getting a little impatient. Play ball! Let's get her going. Emily's thinking the same thing. The other interns are thinking it. Pitch comes in low. Makes the count 1 ball and 1 strike. There are 2 outs. Kerber's on at first. Schiaffani swings and misses. Game 2 of our doubleheader today will happen about 20 to 25 minutes after this game here, and that ball's hit right up the middle. Kerber will hold at second, and the tying run is up to bat for Addison, Colin Wiska. Wind is blowing out, straightaway center field. The grand slam home run by Espinoza was hit to right about at the Alliant Energy sign. I'm not sure if you can see that on your monitor. So just to the right of the scoreboard. Pitch is inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Oh, what looked like an easy Sheboygan A's win has become a dogfight here. Fields on the cusp of loading the bases with a walk. On deck is John McHugh. That pitch is in there for a strike. Makes the count 3-1. Ball is hit deep to right. Kerber over, and it's gone. A 3-run homer down the right field line, just to the left of the 320-foot sign, and we're tied up at 9. Oh my. The way Chris went over on the fly ball, you might have thought it was a foul ball, but no, he knew it was gone off the bat. And we're tied at 9. That's going to bring up John McHugh. It was a quick-moving ball game until the bottom of the 4th and the top of the 5th. 16 runs in technically less than an inning, 5 outs. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Pitch is low. 3-0 the count to McHugh. Zielinski is on deck. He singled and drove in a run his last at bat. Swing and a miss. That makes the count 3-2. Pitch is way inside. Looked like Ryan tried to put a little something extra on that pitch and got away from him. Brings up John Zielinski. What an inning. Grand slam home run and a 3-run homer by Addison in this inning, along with a couple of RBI singles. And what was a 9-0 A's lead is now a 9-9 tie game. Ball is popped up in foul territory. Jurgensen makes the catch, and the inning is finally over, but not before Addison comes back to tie up the ball game at 9. Leading off the bottom of the 5th for the A's is their right fielder, Ross Christ. Christ is 1 for 2 in the ball game with an RBI, and he's scored 2 runs, and he has a stolen base. So he's been busy today. First pitch by Logan List is in for a strike. List, when he came in the ball game, had his troubles. He walked 2 batters, then gave up a couple of hits. Then he walked a couple of more batters before he finally got the last out. So you may want to take a few pitches off of him. He's having trouble throwing strikes. Christ takes that pitch for ball 3. It's now 3-1. Line drive down the right field line is foul. Christ hit it hard, though. In Cardoza's 3 2/3 innings of work, he walked 3. So far in List's 1/3 of an inning, he has walked 5. We mentioned Chris is a stolen base threat. He's got 5 on the year, leads the ball club. And that brings up the left fielder, Mark Warner. Warner's 2 for 2 in the ball game. First pitch is outside for ball 1. Even Mr. Wagner has things to do and people to see, Emily, so don't feel like you're the only one. If this keeps up, all the interns are going to quit. Ball hit out to right field. And it's caught out there by Schiaffani for out number 1. Christ was running on the pitch and had to retreat on the fly ball. That brings up Jacob Neese. Neese walked his last time up, forced in a run, and then he wound up scoring later in the inning. Be nice if Sheboygan could respond to that Addison 9-run inning by at least getting a run, taking the lead right back. First pitch is in for a strike. Ground ball down the left side. Foul. We're all tied at 9. Ross Christ is on at first. Neese is the batter. Takes that pitch a little bit low and outside. List wanted it, but umpire said no. Our home plate umpire, Doug Steinke, was here yesterday, worked both ends of the doubleheader. Phil Ducat was not here yesterday. He's on the bases this game. He'll be behind home plate for game 2. Ball in the dirt. Wiska with another good stop. Keeping that ball in front of him, keeping Christ on at first. Wiska was out and right in game 1 of yesterday's doubleheader. Pitch is up high. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Jacob Neese to see if Christ is going on this 3-2 pitch. There is only 1 out. Stretch. And the pitch. Christ not going. It's ball 4. 2 runners on now for Sheboygan. And that brings up the dangerous Harry Stelt. Harry's 1 for 2 with a couple of RBIs. Make that 3 RBIs. Larry Krakowski coming out to talk to his pitcher. And looks like they're going to bring in a new pitcher, number 19. Not sure if we got a name on that guy. Chris Hawks coming in the ball game. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll give you some information about Hawks. This is Chris Hawk's 5th appearance of the ball game. He's got an 0-1 record. He does have 2 saves. He's pitched 3 innings, given up 3 hits, 2 runs. They weren't earned. He's walked 2 and struck out 4. He does have a wild pitch. So right-hander coming in to face Harry Stelt. A little recap of the ball game. Sheboygan scored first, getting a run in the first inning on a Harry Stelt single. They added another run in the third on a ground out by Harry Stelt. That made it 2-0, and then Sheboygan exploded for 7 runs in the 4th inning, mostly on walks by Addison pitchers. But Sheboygan couldn't hold the lead. Addison came right back at him in the top of the 5th to score 9 runs and tie up the ball game. 4 runs came on a Ben Espinosa grand slam home run, and then the game was tied on a Colin Wiska 3-run homer. And that's where we're at right now. We are in the bottom of the 5th. Sheboygan has runners on 1st and 2nd. Christ on at 2nd. Neese on at 1st, and Harry Stelt up. There is 1 out. Sheboygan trying to grab the lead back. Game was quick moving through 4 innings till the bottom of the 4th. In the top of the 5th, it's a lot of walks, a lot of runs. Hopefully Sheboygan can get a couple more here. Harry drills one out to a right center field. Center fielder Espinosa makes the call and the catch. And there are now 2 outs. And that brings up Jimmy Jurgensen. Jurgensen singled in a pair of runs in that 7-run 4th. Let's see if he can come through again. We have good speed at 2nd with Ross Christ. So hopefully a hit from to the outfield will score a run. Hawks comes set and delivers. Jurgensen offering at that first pitch. Drives it foul down the left field side. Chris taking a big lead at second base. Then Hawk steps off, drives him back. Next pitch to Jurgensen. Inside. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Hard ground ball, but over to make the play at second base is Morales, and he throws out Jurgensen to end the 5th inning. At the end of 5 complete innings of play, we're all tied at 9. Leading off the top of the sixth for the Addison Braves is their second baseman, Freddie Morales. Morales is 1 for 2 in the ball game with an RBI. When Ryan Fields came in the ball game to pitch, that took away the DH for Sheboygan. Harry Stelt takes that first pitch hit by Morales at pop-up and catches it. If you remember, Fields came in to pinch run for Tyler Brandenburg in the fourth inning, and then he also came to bat in the fourth, being the DH, and got a single. But as soon as he came in to pitch, that took away the DH from Sheboygan. First pitch to Ben Espinosa is a strike. Espinosa hit that grand slam. Drills that ball to right. And that ball is foul. Oh, man. You know, Ben is not a big guy, but he packs a lot of punch. Kind of like C.J. Skelton when he played. Pitch in the dirt. Hits Espinosa. Well, that's one way to keep him from hitting a home run. That takes us to the top of the order with Brandon Hollifield. Hollifield singled his last time up, but was thrown out trying to steal. Espinosa on at first. Ball is popped up to second. Making the catch for Sheboygan is Jacob Neese. Now there are 2 outs. That brings up Peter Mercurio. For Sheboygan in the bottom of the sixth, it'll be Fields, Walker, and Shane Ryan. First pitch is inside for a ball. Fields rears back and fires, and that ball is fouled off. Logan List, the second pitcher for Addison, his line is complete. He went 2/3 of an inning, gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, all earned, walked 6, no strikeouts. Fields' throw bounces into center field, but Espinosa will not be able to advance beyond second. Give Espinosa a stolen base. That last pitch was a ball. It's 2-1. A bouncing ball to short. Ebersol up with it, and Jurgensen makes a good scoop at first base for out number 3. And at the end of 5 1/2, we're still tied at 9.
Carrier asks, what does comfort mean to you? We know it means more than just the temperature. And the people who invented modern air conditioning keep inventing new ways to make you comfortable. Carrier, turn to the experts.
For your heating and cooling needs, call Advanced Comfort Systems, Sheboygan's only Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hey, we were just talking about length of games. The first game yesterday took an hour and 38 minutes. It cruised right along. It was that 1-0 game. The second game took a little bit longer. Was under 2 hours, which isn't too bad for a 7-inning game. This one, we're at the 2-hour mark right now, heading into the bottom of the sixth, and Ryan Fields is going to lead off the inning. Ryan went from pinch runner to DH, and now he's pitching. First pitch is in for a strike. Got a new pitcher on them, or Chris Hawk still in the ball game for Addison. Fields reaches out and fouls that pitch off. It's going to be Fields, Walker, and Shane Ryan for Sheboygan this inning. Hopefully a few more after them. Ball's popped up on the infield. Making the catch is Mercurio, the shortstop. And that brings up T.D. Walker. Walker's 0 for 2 with a walk. Made a great catch back in the top of the fourth to preserve, at the time, Tyler Pacholi's perfect game. Breaking ball is in there for a strike. Makes the count no balls and 2 strikes. My goodness. Fouled the ball off. Walker at the plate, checked his swing. The pitch hit off his bat and went foul. Doesn't seem like there needs to be much of a discussion about that. It's a foul ball. Now they're giving him first base. Boy, oh boy. Yeah. The Addison coach is coming out to find out what happened. I wish we had instant replay. What's the vote up here? Was it a foul ball? Bill Wagner, our field announcer, and CJ Skelton both think it was. Emily does. Emily does. Abby doesn't care. You're right. Anyway, we're going to put Walker on at first base on a hit by pitch. And that's going to bring up Shane Ryan. Any way to get on, and that's what happened there. That ball hits right off the helmet of Shane Ryan. Pitch was high and tight. Didn't break down. And that brings up Nathan Ebersol. Ebersol is due. He's 0 for 2 of the walk. Sheboygan with another golden opportunity to take the lead back. Ebersol swinging at that first pitch, fouls it back. Sheboygan had a great opportunity in the bottom of the fifth when 2 runners reached on walks. This time they have 2 runners reach on being hit by pitch. Ross Christ is on deck. Pitch is low. Cy Kerber, the third baseman, is edging up a bit. He's even with the bag. Now he backs up a step or two. Short and second are reasonably deep. Looking for the double play. Hawks pitch is outside. Makes the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Walker with good speed is out at second. Shane Ryan is on at first. Another pitch up high. Makes it 3-1. Ebersol climbs back in looking for a pitch to hit. Strike. Makes the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Very gentle breeze blowing out. See if the runners go on this. They don't. Ebersol swings and misses. Strike 3. 2 outs. Christ up.
Right fielder, number 31, Ross Christ.
Sheboygan has a chance. They need to come through. Christ is 1 for 2 with a couple of walks. Christ got a pitch to hit but fouled it back. Chris Hawks working hard for the Addison Braves. Came in the 5th inning with only 1 out and was able to work out of a jam. Pitch makes Chris dance out of the way. Evens the count at 1-1. Mark Warner on deck. Another pitch outside. So far this inning, Hawks has been effectively wild. Pitch on the outside corner for strike 2. Evens the count at 2-2. Walker getting a good lead at second. Anything hit to the outfield, he should be able to score. There's a line drive, base hit to left. Walker racing around third. He'll come in and score, and Sheboygan has the lead 10-9. Hollyfield hustled the ball back in. That kept Shane Ryan on at second, but Chris comes through in the clutch. Let's see if Mark Warner can do the same. Warner had singles his first 2 times up. He flew out to right in the 5th inning. Which is high and inside over the head of Warner. Bouncing ball up the middle. Morales makes the play, flips over to Mercurio for the 3rd out. But Sheboygan grabs the lead and going to the top of the 7th. Sheboygan on top, 10-9.
Our customers are people who work hard for their money. So we do everything we can to make their money work hard for them. At Meijer, we see it as a simple matter of respect. That's why for 80 years now, low prices have been built into the way we do business. Because the most important thing we can earn is the right to shake someone's hand and look them in the eye. Come see for yourself.
Oh, we talked about that up here. Him and Chuck would be arguing, and all of a sudden there'd be. Leading off the top of the 7th for Addison, Cy Kerber. Kerber singled and scored his last time at bat. Sheboygan on top now, 10-9. Let's see if they can hang on to it. There's a drive out to left. Coming in hard and playing it on the hop is Mark Warner. Good start for the Addison Braves. Not so great if you're an A's fan. That's going to bring up Mike Schiaffani. Kerber going after that first pitch, hit it out the left for a base hit. Harry Stelt just on the edge of the grass over at third. Second and short are a little more than halfway, looking for the double play. Pitch is also up high. It makes it 2-0. Jurgensen is holding Kerber on at first. There's a drive out to right. Chris going back. He got turned around. He's going to have to play it on a hop. It rolls all the way to the wall. Hustling it back in. Kerber will hold at third as Schiaffani trots into second with a stand-up double. And that's going to bring up the catcher, Colin Wiska. Wiska hit that 3-run homer back in the 5th that tied up the ball game. And now Sheboygan's infield is all up, even with the grass, the infield grass. Field set and delivers. Pitch is down low for a ball. Ball has popped up in the foul territory. No, it's going to be a fair ball. No, just foul. Again, chasing the fly, the pop-up, the infielder got, Harry Stelt got turned around, wasn't able to get a good beat on it. Ebersol appeared to not get a real good jump on that, but in their defense, they're both playing in, and that's a long run to try and get to that ball. Sheboygan fortunate it dropped foul. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Sheboygan on top 10-9. They got the lead back in the bottom of the 6th on a Ross Christ single to drive in T.D. Walker. Line drive, base hit to left. That's going to score 2, maybe. Great throw to the plate. And making a tag is Shane Ryan. But Addison has tied up the score. Base hit by Wiskra. He gets an RBI. The second base runner, Skyafani, is out 7-2. Outfield assist. That ball is hit out to left field by McHugh. Warner making the catch for out number 2. Wiska went to second on the throw home, so he is on at second. That brings up John Zielinski. I tell you, Addison has been very pesky today. First pitch is swung on and foul tipped into Shane Ryan's glove for strike 1. Addison has tied it up. And they do have a runner on second, but there are 2 outs. Breaking pitch hangs up high. Evens the count at 1-1. Which is in for a strike. Jacob Neese will lead off the 7th inning for Sheboygan. Right 3. That ball looked pretty good. Zielinski thinking it was high, but no go. He's called out on strikes, but not before Addison comes up with a run and ties it. Going into the bottom of the 7th, we're all tied up at 10.
I'm not usually... I've never really been into this sappy, corny, mushy garbage. You know what? I'm going for it. You are completely and utterly... Awesome. Great. I'm glad you showed up. In my life! I could never get through this world without you. You are really close to my... heart!
I think I'm about to cry. Better not.
Every single time I...
Get down! Get down!
There you are. You always have...
My back! My back! I'm so glad you're alive.
It's like all these tiny little things. Yes, things are serious and kind of important. You gotta hold it like a baby bird and
Please be quiet.
listen. You hear that?
That's a little something I like to call
Friendship.
Jacob Neese is going to lead off the bottom of the 7th for Sheboygan. Jacob looking for his first hit today. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. He's scored a run and has an RBI. Chris Hawks still on the mound for Addison. His first pitch is up high. Harry Stelt waiting on deck. Jacob not able to check his swing. Evens the count at 1-1. Breaking ball up a little bit. Good eye by Neese to take that pitch. Ball is hit up in the air on the infield. Mercurio making the call and the catch for out number 1. Brings up Harry Stelt. Hawks in the windup. And that ball is in the dirt. Hawks came in the 5th inning and got the 2 batters he faced to end a Sheboygan threat. He allowed a run in the 6th inning, gave Sheboygan a 10-9 lead, but Addison came right back and scored a run to tie it up, and that's where we're at right now. Ball 3 to Harry Stelt. Pitch is down low for a walk. Harry will be on at first. And Jimmy Jurgensen up.
First baseman number 32, Jimmy Jurgensen.
Hawks come set. Delivery. Jurgensen swinging at the first pitch, drives it out to left center field. Hollifield over and makes the catch of the long fly ball. Pinch hitter for Sheboygan.
Pinch hitter for Sheboygan, number 7, Josh Moses.
Josh Moses coming in to pinch hit in the 7th. Harry Stelt still on first base. Moses hitting .286 on the season. Takes that pitch for a strike. Moses does have a double and a triple, so he does have definite extra base power. Pitch is popped up into foul territory. And making the catch, is Colin Wiska. And that ends the half inning for Sheboygan. We're going to go extras, heading to the top of the 8th with the score tied 10-10. Now in to pitch for Sheboygan is Josh Gates. He'll face the number 8 hitter, Freddie Morales. For Ryan Fields, he went 3 innings, gave up 7 hits, 4 runs, all earned, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, and a home run. Gates, check my sheets from yesterday, did not pitch yesterday, so he's well rested. Morales in the ball game is 1 for 3, had an RBI single in the 5th. Gates starts him off with a strike. Line drive out to left. That's going to drop for a base hit. Normally, you'd think you'd get a little bit of a break from the 7, 8, 9 hitters, but that's not the case today with Addison. They've got 3 singles and a grand slam home run from those batters and 6 RBIs. That brings up Espinoza. Squares the bunt, takes the pitch for a ball. Gates takes that pitch for a ball also. Josh is making his 5th appearance. He's gone 5 2/3 innings. ERA is 0. He struck out 4, walked 2. Make that 3, and now he throws the ball away. Jurgensen has to run it down, and Morales is going to go to second on a throwing error by the pitcher. And that for Sheboygan is their first error of the game. Bad time to get that. Ebersol again takes that pitch for a ball. Which is called a strike. Makes the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Ebersol, Espinosa wants to get that runner to third, and he will. Good play by Gates to get Espinosa, but not before he sacrifices the runner to third. That brings up the left fielder and leadoff hitter, Brandon Hollifield. Hollifield is 1 for 4 in the ball game. Field is in. Gates comes set and delivers. Breaking ball is up high. Morales is on third. He singled, went to second on a throwing error, and made it to third on a sacrifice bunt. Gates' pitch is swung on and fouled back. Pitch in the dirt. Evens the count at 2-2. Addison fought back from a 9-0 deficit to tie it at 9. Sheboygan scored again. Addison able to fight back from that to tie it up, and we're tied here in extra innings. A line drive to the gap and left center field drops for a base hit. And now Addison has their first lead of the day. Hollifield with an RBI single. Peter Mercurio, the shortstop, is up. Hollifield on first. First deficit of the ball game for the A's today. Hollifield has 6 stolen bases on the season, so you keep an eye on him. The line drive out to right. Chris back. Can't make the catch. It's all the way to the wall. Digging it out on the warning track and firing it back in. Holding Hollifield at third, but it's a double for Mercurio, and Sheboygan in trouble. Cy Kerber coming up. Kerber has hits his last 2 trips to the plate. He went 0 for 6 yesterday, but he's picked it up here today. Offering at that first pitch, but bounced it foul. Ball is popped up. Jurgensen in foul territory makes the catch. There are 2 outs for Mike Schiaffani. Schiaffani also has a couple of hits his last 2 trips. Gates firing that first pitch in, it rides up high for ball 1. Hollifield's on at third, Mercurio's on at second with a double. Two and 0 is the count. Bouncing ball through the infield. 1 run will score. Ebersol able to knock it down in short left field, but not before a run scores for Addison. They now have an 12-10 lead. That's 4 hits in the inning for Addison. Colin Wiska up. It's another Addison batter with 2 hits his last 2 times up to bat. Wiska's had a nice game offensively and defensively. Addison on top, 12-10. Sheboygan will send up Walker, Shane Ryan, and Nathan Ebersol in the bottom of the 8th. Breaking ball is in there for a strike. Gates' pitch is a little bit low. Hard hit ball down to Jurgensen. He makes the play and steps on first for the third out, but not before Addison has scored a couple runs. They lead it going into the bottom of the eighth, 12-10. His whole son. We were on. Hawk still in the ball game for Addison. He starts T.D. Walker with a ball in the eighth inning. Remember, these double header games only go 7 innings, not 9. So we are in extra innings. And Addison is on top, 12-10. Pitch is outside. Yes. Walker leads it off with a walk that brings a tying run to the plate, and Shane Ryan. That's the 10th walk for Sheboygan hitters in this ball game by Addison. First pitch is a strike. Sheboygan trying to come back. They've led basically the whole game until Addison came back and tied it up. Then Sheboygan was able to grab the lead again, but Addison was able to tie it up. And then in the top of the eighth, they were able to take the lead with 2 runs. They now lead it 12-10. The last pitch was a strike, makes it 1 ball and 2 strikes to Shane Ryan. Nathan Ebersol is on deck. Hawks' pitch comes in high. Sheboygan needs base runners right now. Shane Ryan fouls that pitch off, hanging in there. Walker's on at first. Bouncing ball fouled on the third base side. Count is 2-2. There's nobody out. We're in the bottom of the eighth. Sheboygan down 12-10. Ryan up. Pitches in the dirt for a ball. Wiska again making a good play. He's had numerous balls in the dirt, and he's been able to keep those balls in front of him for the most part. He's done a good job behind home plate and has been hitting real good today, too. Bouncing ball to third. Kerber makes it. Throw to second in time. Relay down to first is not in time. So it's a force out at second. And Ryan on safe at first. Ebersol up. Good play by Kerber to get the force at second. Sam Nemitz coming in to run for Ryan. Hey, Ebersol climbs in. He's 0 for 3 today. He's walked and scored in the fourth. He is the tying run. Christ is on deck. Pitch is in for a strike. Even to count at 1-1. Kerber is even with the bag at third. Mercurio and Morales are deep at short and second. Line drive up the middle. It's through, a base hit. Ebersol with a big base hit brings the lead run up in Ross Christ. Ross has had a pretty good day today. He's 2 for 3. Has a couple of RBIs, scored 2 runs, and has a stolen base. The important run is Ebersol over at first. He's the tying run. Ross takes that first pitch inside for ball 1. Sheboygan down 2. They're trying to battle back. Be a really tough loss if they lose this one, being up 9-0. Give the Addison Braves a lot of credit for not giving up in that first game, in this first game. Base hit to right. Coming around, Nemitz could have scored, but played it safe, held up at third. Bases are loaded. And that's going to bring up Mark Warner. See if Addison makes a change. They're on the mound talking. Hawks has done a pretty good job today. Been a little on the wild side, but for the most part, that wildness has caused some problems with Sheboygan. Trying to look for their pitch to hit. See how Addison plays this. You would expect the infield to be back looking for a double play. They do have a 2-run lead. Again, the important run is out at second base, and Ebersol need to get him home to tie up the ball game, and then we can worry about winning it. Warner's up. He's 2 for 4. And Hawks hits him in the shoulder. That forces in a run. That's the third hit batter by pitcher Chris Hawks. Bases remain loaded. Nice is up next. It's now 12-11. Sheboygan trailing by just a run. Ebersol matriculating over to third base. Need to get him home. Jacob would love to get a base hit. He does have an RBI in the game. He walked in the fourth inning with the bases loaded. He also walked in the fifth. Takes that first delivery by Hawks and fouls it straight back. Boy, that was the pitch to hit. It was right down the middle. Harry Stelt is on deck. Got the meat of the order up for Sheboygan. They're down one. Winning run is on at second base, and Ross Christ. Good eye by Nice. Takes that for a ball. It evens the count at 1-1. Long game, but very exciting. 1-1 pitch. Hawks. Line drive, base hit to the gap and left. That's going to bring home two, and Sheboygan's going to go home a winner in game one of this Sunday doubleheader. All right. All right, line score for this ball game. Addison, 12 runs, 14 hits, and 2 errors. Sheboygan, 13 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error. Winning pitcher for Sheboygan is Josh Gates. The losing pitcher for Addison is Chris Hawks. Hang in there, folks. In about 20 minutes, we're going to start game two.
Game 2 will begin at 4:31.
You want to bet?
No. No, I don't. It's like the wrestling track meet. They never start on time.
They don't either?
No, never.
I thought high schools always started on time.
Never. It's nice in here. Every once in a while we get a big double header.
Hey Jane, the first game went 2 hours and 48 minutes. We went extra innings. Wound up being 13 to 12. Yeah. But anyway, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. Probably just not eat. I think. Yeah. Is that okay with you? Okay. All right. Yes, I'm okay with that. It's gonna be a late one. What time is it now? Yeah, it'll be 6:30, I'm sure, but we don't start for another 20 minutes, so it'll be close to 7 o'clock. Yeah, yeah, whatever. However you want to do it, it's fine. But I'm just gonna wait. All right, talk to you later. Oh, it's nice to see Nice get a hit for you. He's struggled the last couple of days. Can I get anybody anything?
No, they're both standing right there. Oh, did he get it?
No. And I have to compress the size of the screen to get video. Such is life in the fast lane. This was my original question for the second game. CJ, you'll like this one. Who is the greatest player in Yankees history? That was a subjective question I said. Yeah, subjective. Daddy would say me, but I was thinking that I best player I've seen since I've been involved in it. Okay. Yeah, he was good. That's right. He just who was supposed to go in this year? Because they had the Hall of Fame weekend. It's in the program. Yeah, they're pushing that to next year. Yeah, that's probably a better thing. Well, as far as longevity goes, I would say that's okay. That's a good choice. Well, yeah, because I haven't seen the other guys. Lee Wettencap was my answer. Oh, I know. Going based off of just what I know, yeah, but who I personally saw and played with. I think I played against him. He was maybe like right out of high school when I was playing with Howard Grove, and he played for Two Rivers. Yeah. Obviously he wasn't the player he was when I was here. Yeah. But I guess it just shows my age. Yeah. As far as like a single or like a 2-year stretch, I might go Chad Pierce. He started as a catcher. He would throw guys out from his knees. Who's that? Chad Pierce. Oh, I remember him. You know what I remember about him? Arkansas as a catcher, and then they promoted him to a pitcher, and then he made it to Double A. I remember umpiring the plate. He was then a pitcher. Or no, I think Hello, everybody, and welcome to Sheboygan A's Baseball. My name is Mike Martin. I'll be your live stream announcer. In this second game of the doubleheader for Sunday, the A's will play the Addison Braves, and Sheboygan won Game 1 this afternoon, 13-12 in 8 innings. Jacob Neese getting a 2 RBI single to walk it off for Sheboygan. With the win, Sheboygan ups their overall record to 9-8, and they're 6-4 now in the state league. Addison drops to 6-12 and 5-8 in the state league. Starting pitchers for this first game are Brad Reinflesch for Sheboygan and Mike Reston for Addison. Starting lineup for Addison will be Brandon Hollyfield leading off and playing left field. Batting second, number 25, the shortstop, Peter Mercurio. Batting third and playing third base is Cy Kerber. Batting fourth and catching, Vince Schiaffani. Batting fifth, the first baseman, John McHugh. Batting sixth, the center fielder, Ben Espinosa. Espinosa moving up from the 9th spot in Game 1 to the 6th spot this ball game. He had a grand slam in that first game. That might be part of the reason for his advancement. Batting 7th, the DH, Matt Castro. Batting 8th, Fred Morales at second base. And batting 9th, the right fielder, Tom Liking. Again, pitching for Addison is Mike Rostin. Defensively for Sheboygan, they're going to have Jacoby Andreas at first, Jake Follish at second, Harry Stelt at third, and Ryan Fields at short. Josh Gates will be out in left, Sam Nemitz in center, and Ross Christ will be playing right field. Catching is Colin Butkevich. Sheboygan is managed by Tim Moyer, Addison by Larry Krakowski. Umpires for this game, Phil Ducat moving from the bases to behind home plate for this game, and Doug Steinke moving from home plate over to the bases. And stepping in to lead off the ball game is Brandon Hollyfield against Brad Reinflesch. Reinflesch comes into today's game. This is his third appearance, third start. He has one complete game. He's pitched 12 innings, given up 18 or recorded 18 strikeouts, has an ERA of 1.50. So nice start to his season. He's only walked 5. A little too much excitement in that first game. Sheboygan got down 12-10 in the top of the 8th, but came back to score 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th and win it. Hollifield goes down swinging for the first out of the ball game. That brings up Peter Mercurio, the shortstop.
Shortstop, number 25, Peter Mercurio.
That first game went 2 hours and 48 minutes, and the word is out that Emily had to cancel all her social plans for after this doubleheader, just running too late. A lot of people are sad about that. Line drive out to right. Chris dropping back and makes the one-handed catch near the warning track. Brings up Cy Kerber.
Third baseman, number 23, Cy Kerber.
A little different look this ball game for the Sheboygan defense. Pop up in foul territory. Andreas over to make the grab, and that ends the top of the first. After a half inning of play, Addison nothing, Sheboygan coming to bat.
Our customers are people who work hard for their money.
Back at Wildwood Park, where we're getting ready to start the bottom of the first inning, we were just talking about writing the lineups on my scorecard. Interns are very good about doing that for me. And one of the suggestions was maybe making it a little bit smaller. I said, as long as they're doing the writing, maybe I ought to make it a little bit smaller. But one of the things that I've noticed, CJ, that's what I was going to ask you. Seems like there's a lot more substituting by Sheboygan this season with Tim Moyer managing than they've done in the past. And that kind of makes it tough, too. We stop writing names once the subs go in. It's just numbers. First pitch is a strike. Ball is over Mercurio's head and drops into left field for a base hit. Chris' first hit in game one was like that. He dropped it into left field, just in front of the outfielder for a hit. That brings up Colin Butkiewicz. Colin catching today and batting second. Takes that pitch down and in. Colin started and played game two. Had a nice game behind home plate and at bat. Has a real good throwing arm. Takes that pitch for a strike. In that game two performance, Butkiewicz was 1 for 2 with an RBI. And picked a runner off a second base on, I believe it was a ball in the dirt that the runner wasn't sure if he was going to advance it or not, but he got a little too far off the base, and Colin picked the ball up and fired a strike down to second, and they got him out at third. Rothstein drives the runner Chris back to the bag. Pitch is a called strike three. That's right. I knew that.
Designated hitter, number 7, Josh Moses.
Kavich taking strike three. And that brings up Josh Moses, the DH. First pitch is just outside. Moses hitting 286 coming into this weekend. Very exciting game one. We mentioned how Sheboygan built the big lead Addison came back to tie it with a 9-run fifth inning after Sheboygan had scored 7 in the bottom of the fourth. And Sheboygan was able to grab the lead, and Addison came right back and scored 2 runs and took the lead in the top of the 8th, but Sheboygan was able to come back and win it in the bottom of the 8th with a 3-run rally. Christ running on the pitch, but it was fouled back by Moses. Harry Stelt is on deck. Swinging a foul tick, caught by the catcher Skyfani. A second strikeout for Roston.
Chemical cleanup batter to third baseman, number 19, Harry Stout.
Harry Stout up to bat for Sheboygan. Ross Chris still on first. Might look for Chris to be stealing, get himself in scoring position for Harry Stout. Jumped to a pretty good lead last time. Stout takes the first 2 pitches for strikes. It's 0-2. Now would be a good time for Chris to steal a base, or at least try to. There he goes. Pitch is taken for a ball. I'll tell you, it looked pretty good. And Skyafani was talking to the umpire after the pitch. Harry took it. Chris on a stolen base. Now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Harry Stelt. Chance to drive in a run. That pitch is in there for strike 3. Harry never took the bat off his shoulders the entire at bat. At the end of 1 complete, no score.
I'm not usually... I've never really been into this sappy, corny, mushy garbage. You know what? I'm going for it. You are completely and utterly... Awesome. Great. I'm glad you showed up. In my life! I could never get through this world without you. You are really close to my... Heart!
I think I'm about to cry. You better not.
Every single time I...
Get down, get down!
There you are. You always have...
My back, my back! I'm so glad you're alive.
It's like all these tiny little things.
Yes, things.
Are serious and kind of important.
You gotta hold it like a baby bird.
And
please be quiet.
Listen. You hear that?
That's a little something I like to call
friendship.
Mike Skyafani is leading off. Vince Skyafani leading off. Vince catching this ball game. Takes Ryan Flesh's first pitch for a ball. Long first game, but I'll tell you, we got a great day for baseball. Sunny out. Check that temperature for you. Won't be the official game time temperature, but it'll be close enough, I'm sure. 83 degrees at start of the bottom of the second. Pardon me, top of the second. Which is a ball, and leadoff walks are not good. That's going to bring up John McHugh, first baseman. In game one, McHugh was 0 for 2. He walked a couple of times, scored a run. It's a healthy cut at that first Rindfleisch pitch and fouls it back. Infield is deep at 3 of the positions. Andreas holding the runner at first. Outfield is straight away. We have Gates in left, Nimitz in center, and Christ in right. A little change there. Andreas at first, Falish at second. That pitch is in for strike 3 called. Nice pitch by Brad Rindfleisch. That brings up Ben Espinosa. Ryan Fields is at short, and Harry Stelt is at third. That Fields playing shortstop this ball game is interesting because Ryan pitched 3 innings of the first game, and you hope his arm is okay. I can remember when I was coaching baseball at Chilton, and several of our pitchers were also outfielders, and it wasn't uncommon to take one of those pitchers out and stick him in the outfield for the rest of the game. And one of my concerns was, if he stands out for 2 or 3 innings and all of a sudden he has to uncork a throw, is he going to hurt his arm or not? One time the kid did. Oops. Yeah, he was good after a day. He's a high school kid. Those kids bounce back pretty quick. That strike makes the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. I think back to those Chilton days. Those are a lot of fun. Kids are great. We actually had some really nice teams. The it was the second last season I coached at Chilton. We had a really long year. The kids were great. They played hard. We just didn't win any ball games. Matter of fact, we didn't win a game until the second last game of the season. And as it turned out, we won our regional game and advanced to sectionals. We won our first sectional game. So with 3 wins on the entire season, we were playing to go to state and wound up losing to Cedar Grove. And strike 3, another strikeout for Rindfleisch, another called strikeout. And that's going to bring up the designated hitter, Matt Castro.
Designated hitter, number 14, Matt Castro.
I was telling the guys in the booth yesterday that our trivia question today was going to be somewhat of a subjective question. If you come to a game and read the program, the answer's in there. Hard ground ball to shortstop Fields, and he does the underhand toss to Falish for the force at second. And we're at the end of an inning and a half with no score.
Carrier asks, what does comfort mean to you? We know it means more than just the temperature. And the people who invented modern air conditioning keep inventing new ways to make you comfortable. Carrier, turn to the experts.
For your heating and cooling needs, call Advanced Comfort Systems, Sheboygan's only Carrier Factory authorized dealer.
Carrier.
Getting ready to lead off the bottom of the second for Sheboygan is going to be Josh Gates, the left fielder. Speaking about that story about the Chilton kids who pitch and play the outfielder, Gates is a perfect example. He was the winner of game one, went an inning, and now he's starting game two, but in the outfield. Hopefully his arm doesn't have to get used in a way that hurts him. First pitch is a strike. Rothstein on the mound for Addison. I give you some stats on him, but in checking the statistical package I have for the Braves, his name is not even mentioned. That makes the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Line drive, base hit to center field. Checking out the team shop between games. It's pretty interesting. They've got jerseys in there, game jerseys from way back in the era when I played, with the blue and white jersey and the script letter A. It's pretty interesting. I didn't find the t-shirt I was looking for, though. I don't know what happened. I got to talk to that fan that wore that shirt the other day. I already got one like yours, Emily. Compliments of CJ. Andreas is good power, powerfully built. Takes that pitch in the dirt. Good stop by Schiaffani. Gates taking a conservative lead over at first. There he stretches it out a little bit. Pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Bouncing ball up the middle. Nice play by the shortstop, Mercurio. He made the good toss to Morales, but Morales dropped it. So Andreas reaches on a fielder's choice, and Gates is safe at second on the E4.
Shortstop, number 6, Ryan Field.
That brings up Ryan Fields, the shortstop. Ryan also appeared as a pitcher in game 1, went 3 innings. Didn't have a very good outing, though. Hopefully he can make up for that with a couple of hits here and some good defensive play in game 2. Sheboygan with a rally, though. They've got runners on first and second, nobody out. Bouncing ball over to Morales. He drops it, picks it up, gets the runner at first. Morales has looked a little shaky so far this game. The ground out does move the runners up to second and third. Sam Nemetz comes in. He's been a pinch runner par excellence. He's got good speed. He's going to get a chance to do some hitting here in game 2. First pitch is in for a strike. Jake Follish is on deck. Yeah, Gates on at third. Andreas at second. Two of the bigger guys on the A's team this year. Guys could mistake those guys for football players. Nemetz with a good cut. Fouled it straight back. Pitch is up high. Rothstein trying to work out of a jam. There's only one out. Runners on at second and third. Nemetz takes that pitch on the inside corner for a called strike 3. And that brings up Jake Follish.
Second baseman, number 5, Jake Follish.
Follish has had a tough go of it so far this year. Batting has been way down. Fielding has still been pretty solid. If Jake can get a base hit here, give Sheboygan the lead. So Tapper over to Morales at second. And that ends the inning at the end of 2 complete. No score.
All right, guys, we got teriyaki, honey barbecue, and mild. Enjoy. All right, DOA wings, hottest on the menu.
You got a problem?
Freddie Morales is going to lead off the top of the third for Addison. Morales playing over at second base in this ball game, like he did in game one. Just to break things up a little bit, we might make this a 2 trivia question game. And since we might do that, let's start off with our first question here in the top of the third. All right, this is the subjective one. CJ already got this one right. This is in the program, by the way. Who is considered the best A's player in their history by Danny Moyer? Morales on a half swing there. Bill says Gene Mand. CJ says Lee Wettenkamp. Emily, who do you say? CJ was not the best player. You're going with his answer? Is that your... Morales goes down on strikes. The question again is, who is considered the best A's player in their history by Denny Moyer? We'll let Liking get his at bat, and then we'll give you the answer. Ryan Flush on the mound for Sheboygan. He's dealing pretty good today. No hits given up. Did walk a batter, but he does have 4 strikeouts so far. Viking falls that ball back. Wind continues to blow out the straightaway center. It was like that most of game one. Although the long balls in that ball game were to right. Espinosa with his grand slam to right, and then down the line was Wiska's home run, the 3-run shot that tied up the game. Fields makes the play at short. All right, who was considered the best A's player in their history according to Denny Moyer? The answer is Bill Lee Wettenkamp. Can't go wrong with Gene Mann, though. Brandon Hollifield is up. He was a strikeout victim his first time. We mentioned yesterday all the Hall of Famers in the house, and this was supposed to be Hall of Fame weekend, and Sheboygan was going to induct Chad Gorman. Gorman had a 5-year career with a career average of .319. Had 78 extra base hits in his career. He will get his due next summer, and I suspect between now and then they'll have another player picked for a Hall of Fame. Hollifield did not swing, but it was supposed to be Chad Gorman this season. Gorman, big guy. You take a look at his picture in the program. He's a serious-looking fella. Bouncing ball to Fields. Strong throw over to first is in time. And that's the end of the third inning for Addison as we head to the bottom of the third. Still Leading off the bottom of the third is the leadoff hitter, Ross Christ. He singled and stole second in the first. Line drive to right, but making a catch out there was Liking. Official attendance for today's doubleheader is 133. Thank you goes up to Abby Bumgarner for getting us that information. We're forever indebted to her for that. Colin Butkevich trying to lean in and get hit by the pitch, but didn't quite lean enough. Rosteen with a strike. Bouncing ball to short. Mercurio picks it up. And just got Butkevich by about a half a step. 2 up, 2 down for Sheboygan. That brings up Josh Moses. We were talking before the start of game one, and the stands were actually pretty sparse. And traditionally, Sundays are not a big draw, a big day for Sheboygan to draw large crowds. And so this number of 133 is actually pretty good for a Sunday game. You people out there watching, I highly recommend getting to a game. It's really a lot of fun. It's CJ doing the announcing, and the audio enhancements really adds a lot. Bill Wagner's very professional about his job as a field announcer. And then you don't have to listen to me. That's probably the best part. Well, Moses goes down swinging, and that ends the third inning. And at the end of 3 complete, still no score. Well, that's why they want to come to the game. You weren't listening. Just like when you were in a defensive change for Addison in the last half inning. Chris Weedle came in to play shortstop, and he happens to be the leadoff hitter here in the top of the fourth. If you were following our broadcast yesterday, Weedle started game 2. He went 4 2/3 innings, wound up picking up the loss. And here he is in the ball game playing shortstop, and it's a fly ball out to center for out number 1 in the fourth, and that brings up Cy Kerber.
Third baseman number 23, Cy Herbert.
Swing and a miss. Good fastball that time by Reinflesch. Every once in a while, he can bring it pretty good. Another pitch in there for a strike. No balls and 2 strikes. I was looking at this page about Chad Gorman. Just a bit outside. Says he was a thick and barrel-chested player. Was all-conference catcher. He played fullback and linebacker. He was also a state qualifier for wrestling at Waukesha North. And then he went to Carthage College for a while and finished up at Lakeland. Left the school with the runs batted in record. So Chad was that kind of player here too. Usually garnered a lot of RBIs. Which is outside. That loads it up at 3-2. Reinflesch was way ahead. So Chad Gorman will be inducted next year. And the walk, second walk given up by Reinflesch.
Catcher, number 4, Vince Schiaffani.
Vince Schiaffani's up. Vince walked his first time up. Man on first, Kerber. No score. We're in the top of the 4th. Unlike game 1, which really bogged down in the bottom of the 4th to the end of the game, this one has moved along pretty well so far. That evens the count at 1-1. John McHugh, first baseman, is on deck. When Sheboygan comes up, they'll have Harry Stelt, Josh Gates, and Jacoby Andreas. We mentioned in game 2, we want to mention it again, Sheboygan is in action again tomorrow night, a 7:30 game. It's a makeup game from a rainout earlier in the month. They're going to be playing the Appleton Legends, and then they'll also be home on Wednesday when they host the Menasha Max. Had a chance to talk to Eric Schmitz between games, and he didn't tell me his fastball was working. Forgot to ask him that, Emily. But I did tell him, he said, you know, after a game like that, you should have been up here in the press box talking during game 2. Emily, you could have conducted that interview right here. I'll give you the mic, and, you know, I mean, you keep grabbing for it. How do you pronounce that bread again?
Focaccia.
Just outside. No, the first words out of your mouth were, I know how to pronounce that. Yeah, I did that last night. Yeah, you did a great job doing those pregame announcements in place of Sheila. Sergila couldn't be here today. She's had a, what was her blame excuse? Shower? Yeah. That one got a laugh from the press box. Lame excuse. Amy's back for more. Heck yeah. Line drive, base hit to left. Gates coming in hard and making the play. But that puts runners on first and second for Addison with only one out. John McHugh up.
First baseman number 16, John McHugh.
So in talking with Eric, he said he had to get out of the ballpark pretty quick. They were camping, and but he did say, working at home, it's kind of the way things are now with the virus. He did enjoy listening to our broadcasts. Ground ball to Follish. He goes to second for one. No chance for the double play. So McHugh reaches on a fielder's choice. Schiaffani's out at second, and that brings up Ben Espinoza. Good play by Follish. Breaking ball just a little bit high. Looked pretty good up here, but hey, the umpire's right there. He gets a good look at it too. Ball one. Espinoza thought it was high too. That's why he didn't swing at it. That makes it 2-0. Should get Abby to walk in front. You can catch her on the monitor. She were to walk to the third base side. Got a cast of thousands up here in the booth. Air conditioners on. Hard ground ball to Fields. Gets a Sunday hop and tosses over to Follish at second for the force out. And no score at the end of 3.5. Leading off the bottom of the fourth for Sheboygan is their third baseman, number 19, Harry Stelt. Harry's also the Northwoods cleanup hitter. Northwoods Chemical is a major sponsor for the Sheboygan A's. So we want to get their name out there. Pitch comes in low, evens the count at 1-1. Another pitch just outside. Mike Rothstein has pitched a dandy so far. He's got 5 strikeouts, no walks. Ground ball to Morales. Throws in the dirt, but McHugh bails him out with a nice scoop, and Stelt is out. That brings up Josh Gates. Gates singled his last time, but died on third. Not able to get him home. He was on third with only one out, but couldn't score him. Topper down the first base side goes foul. Waiting on deck to hit is Jacoby Andreas. Rostin in the windup. Pitch is inside. Their pitch up high. That pitch is a ball, makes the count 3-1. One out in the inning. No score. And pitch is up high. Making an appeal down to first. Home plate umpire does not ask his partner, said it was ball 4. And that's going to stand. Jacoby Andreas is up.
Number 39, Jacoby Andreas.
Jacoby reached on a fielder's choice back in the second. Check swing and he fouls it off. Okay. Just out of the way. Right. Pitch to Andreas is breaking ball. Touches the inside corner for a strike. Rothstein and Reinfleisch have pitched a good game so far. Quick workers throwing strikes. And they've both been able to work out of jams. Last half inning, Addison had a couple runners on, stranded the runner at third. Steve, right 3. Andreas takes it right down the middle. I don't know what he was looking for there. He's swinging a bat. Brings up Ryan Fields, the shortstop.
Shortstop number 6, Ryan Fields.
Pitches in for a strike. Gates doesn't look like a base-stealing threat. A pretty good lead there. Looked like he wanted to go, but did not. Does not have any stolen bases so far this season. No signs being given at third by Tim Moyer. So I suspect Gates will be holding on at first. The pitch to Fields is just a little bit outside. Another pitch out of the strike zone. There's 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the 4th. No score. Fields fouls that one back. Con is even at 2-2. Outfield is deep and straight away. Infield is deep also, except for McHugh is holding the runner at first. Pitch comes in low. It makes it 3-2. Gates will be running now. We can get an extra base hit out of Fields. That might be able to score Josh from first. There he goes. Bouncing ball right back to the mound. And that ends the fourth inning. And at the end of 4 complete, still no score. Let's go through the press box personnel. We have CJ Skelton doing audio enhancements and announcements. Bill Wagner's our field announcer. Interns, Emily Cather helping me. Abby Bumgarner and Logan Skadan doing social media. Rachel Klemp is on graphics and photos. Emily Bright is running the scorebook again. I'm Mike Martin. I'm the live stream announcer and stand-up, or actually sit-down comedian. Is that what you call that? Good point, Bill. Do you allow those kids in your classroom to tell jokes? Only if they're good ones, right? Leading off the inning is Matt Castro for Addison. Cracked his bat on that grounder to Stelt. Barry's throw across the diamond is in time. Start off the first inning, or the 5th inning, with a ground out to third. That brings up Freddie Morales. Morales is 0 for 1 in the ball game. Struck out in the 3rd. Freddie was 2 for 4 in the first game, had an RBI, also scored a couple runs. I mentioned early in game 1 that Addison was having a lot of trouble putting runs on the board. Well, they certainly made me eat my words, scoring 12 in the first game of the doubleheader. Line flushes pitch is swung on and missed by Morales. That's out number 2 in the 5th. And that brings up the right fielder, Tom Liking.
The right fielder Number 29, Tom Lucky.
Viking takes that first pitch outside for ball one. Swing and a miss. Strike two. Oh, pardon me, 1-1. So far in the ball game, Edison only has one hit. That was a single by Schiaffani in the fourth. Sheboygan has two hits, a single by Christ and a single by Gates. And strike three. That ends the top of the fifth. After 4.5 innings of play, no score. Ross had 3 hits in the first game today and collected a couple of RBIs. Scored 3 runs, had a stolen base. He's 1 for 2 in this ball game. Comes up empty on that swing. Good pitch by Rosteen. It's 2 strikes now on Ross. Nothing better than a 2-out hit to score a run. 2-strike hit, I should say. Bouncing ball to Rosteen. He's got it. Tosses over to McHugh for the out. 2 outs. Nemetz on at third. That's going to bring up Colin Butkevich. In his start yesterday, Colin had a base hit and an RBI. So far today, he's 0 for 2. Well, it'd be a good time for a base hit. Get that runner from third in. Bouncing ball to third. Kerber, nice backhanded scoop, throws across, and the ball gets away from the first baseman. It's going to score a run for Sheboygan. Going with an E5. Kerber made a great stop, backhanded stop, straightened up and threw across, but his throw was wide, and McHugh not able to handle it. Important thing is Sheboygan has a run. Butkevich on it first. Brings up Josh Moses. That was the second error of the ball game for Addison. Moses fouls that one back. Could we have another 1-0 game? Fly ball out to right. And it drops in for a hit. Coming all the way around, trying to score. And scoring is Colin Butkevich. Oh my. Butkevich got a great jump. Base hit and an RBI. How many times do you see a runner from first score on a single? That brings up Harry Stelt. Butkevich did an excellent job of base running. He read the play. It was a fly ball to right. He was hustling all the way, and that hustle resulted in a run being scored. It's a tough play for Liking out in right field. Harry bounces one past Kerber at third. That puts runners on first and second with 2 outs for Josh Gates.
Left fielder, number 25, Josh Gates.
We have Moses on at second, Stelt at first. Gates swinging at the first pitch, pops it up on the infield. Kerber calling, and makes the one-handed grab. Oh my. He doesn't catch that. Another run would have scored. But as it is, Sheboygan comes up with 2 runs at the end of 5 complete. They lead it 2-0. Leading off the top of the sixth for Addison is going to be their leadoff hitter, Brandon Hollifield. Let's stick with that last trivia question theme about Jake Follish. We mentioned he was MVP and the defensive MVP for last year's team. On the season, he had 51 hits, 13 stolen bases, 11 doubles, 2 triples, and a home run. Hit .324. Pop up on the infield. Ryan Fields makes a catch. That's going to bring up Chris Wedo, the shortstop. Remember, he came in. Follish, I mentioned, was also good in the field, had a fielding average of .937 as their primary shortstop last year. So he had a great year. Struggling a little bit this year, though, so far, but he'll come back. Rindfleisch has been pitching a beauty here so far. Pop up over to first base and out of play. Andreas not able to make a play on that ball. I mentioned earlier, Rindfleisch has only allowed 1 hit. He has walked 2. Does have 6 strikeouts. Sheboygan on top 2-0. Line drive out to left. Gates over. He's got it. Cy Kerber is next for the Braves. Rindfleisch's pitch is on the outside corner for strike 1. Bouncing ball up the middle. Follish makes the play. Quick throw across. Not in time. Kerber hustling and beat it out. That's going to bring up the catcher, Vince Schiaffani. You're going to keep the interns from coming back. You keep playing this music. Trolling the visiting batters. Instead, it's trolling the press box crew. Whatever. I'm going to keep playing it. Can't make me stop. Pitch is inside. Ball 1. We have 2 outs. We're in the top of the 6th. Sheboygan on top 2-0. That's right. Who's that? Geraldo Parra, right? Did he play a full season with the Brewers, or was it part of a season? I know he was with the Brewers for a while. Geraldo Parra, right? I remember him playing for Arizona. He's a good player. Breaking ball, a beauty. Rindfleisch with a strike. Oh, that's the reason why. Don't let the kids get involved. That's called ringing the bell. Schiaffani fouled that ball off, and it hit right off one of the poles and had that nice ringing sound. Doink. Breaking balls hit up the middle. Follish with it. Flips to Fields for the force out at second, and we're through 5.5 innings of play with Sheboygan on top, 2-0.
Our customers are people who work hard for their money. So we do everything we can to make their money work hard for them. At Meyer, we see it as a simple matter of respect. That's why for 80 years now, low prices have been built into the way we do business. Because the most important thing we can earn is the right to shake someone's hand and look them in the eye. Come see for yourself.
New pitcher for Addison. They're going to bring Mike Schiaffani in the ball game. Mike Rostein's line is 5 innings pitched, 4 hits, 2 runs. Neither one was earned. He walked 1 and struck out 6. Had a pretty good outing. Leading off the 6th inning for Sheboygan will be Jacoby Andreas. He's 0 for 2, playing over at first base this game. We were talking about an inning or so ago about the number of players Tim Moyer's been using through the course of the season. And you can see it here in this doubleheader. He's got several guys starting this game that did not start last game. And as the games progress through, he's not bashful about bringing substitutes in, whether they're pinch runners or pinch hitters. And nice to see getting those guys in the ball game. I'm sure the players appreciate it too. Schiaffani's pitch rides inside and hits Andreas, so he'll be on at first base.
Shortstop number 6, Ryan Fields.
Ryan Fields is up. Ryan has grounded out twice, once to second, once to the mound. First pitch is a strike. On deck is Sam Nimitz. Schiaffani showing a good breaking ball there for strike 2. Andreas taking a conservative lead over at first. Being held by first baseman John McHugh. Line drive out to right. Coming over Liking, can't make the catch. It gets by him. Runners are going to advance. Ruling in the press box is a double. That brings up Sam Nemitz. Nemitz reached his last at bat on a bunt single. G.D. Walker in the ball game, pinch running at third. Nimitz up. Nimitz was called out on strikes in the second, like I mentioned, singled in the fifth. Pitch rides outside. The infield is in for Addison at all four positions. Outfield still reasonably deep. Ball is fouled off. Makes the call 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right back to the mound. And ball is thrown away. And Walker is thrown out at the plate. Boy, why did he not score? Not good base running at third base there. Fields is going to go to third on that play. And Nemitz goes to second. Nemitz reaches on an error. And then the first baseman throws out Walker at home. So Sheboygan still has runners on second and third, but now there's one out. Folish is up. Nemitz is now on. Actually, Ryan Fields is now on third. Nemitz is on second. Yeah. As soon as that ball got by the first baseman, Walker should have been breaking for home. He was very slow on his jump from third base, and that allowed Addison an opportunity, and they took advantage of it. Late call of time at home. Folish had a sacrifice bunt his last time up. Got a chance of driving a run here. Bouncing ball to third, and foul. Sheboygan leads it 2-0. We're in the bottom of the sixth. One more chance for Addison. Don't count them out. In that game one scenario, they were down 9-0, and went in, forced the A's to go into extra innings, and actually had the lead 12-10. There's a solid base hit to left by Folish. That'll score a run. Coming in and scoring the second run is Sam Nemitz, and Sheboygan goes up 4-0. All righty. That makes it a little more comfortable for Sheboygan. You mentioned Folish had 13 stolen bases last year, so he's definitely a threat to steal a base down at first. First pitch is a strike. 2 outs. Schiaffani should be out of the inning, or at least close to it. Made that bad throw on a bouncer back to the mound. 1 out. 1 out. Should be 2 outs, but there's only 1 out. Fly ball out out to center field. It's a long run, and it drops in, a base hit. Espinosa just not able to catch up to it. He was very deep and pulled a little bit to the right side and just couldn't catch up to it. Folish moves up to second base. Krista's on at first. A two-hit game for him, and that brings up Colin Butkevich. Colin reached on an error and scored in the fifth. Going to get a base hit here. Bounces one up the middle. Morales flips it to second. That was comical. It's going to be a fielder's choice and an RBI for Butkevich, and a run scores for Sheboygan. Force out at second goes 4-6-4.
Now batting number 2, Nathan Ebersol.
Ebersol is up, batting for Moses. It's that first pitch for a ball. Pitch is a strike. Sheboygan tacks on a couple more runs. Actually 3 this inning. Makes it 5-0. Interesting play on that ground ball to second. Ball gets past the catcher, Schiaffani, and sliding in and scoring is Jake Folish. Pardon me. Yeah, Folish. And a walk and a pass ball.
Northwest Chemical cleanup batter, third baseman, number 19, Harry Stella.
Kavich down at second base now. There he takes a strike. That pitch evens the count at 1-1. Three runs in the inning. Sheboygan has runners on first and second. Good eye by Harry taking that pitch low and away. Stelt walks. That loads the bases for Josh Gates. Generally speaking, other than game one, which was a 1-0 Sheboygan win, this doubleheader weekend has featured a lot of high scoring or single run high scoring innings. In game two yesterday, the A's scored 6 in the fifth, went on to win. In the first game today, Sheboygan scored 7 in the fourth. They were answered by 9 by Addison in the fifth. Sheboygan went on to a 13-12 win. And so far here we have number of runs scored 3, and Sheboygan threatening to score even more. Pitch gets by Schiaffani, but runners cannot advance. Pitch is just outside, makes the count 3-1. A walk with the bases loaded forces a run in. So we have Ebersol at third. Stout moves down to second. Gates with the RBI walk is at first. And pitch is in the dirt. Jimmy Jurgensen hitting in Andreas' spot. And this is the 10th hitter of the inning. Jurgensen with a great opportunity to drive home some runs. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss by Jurgensen. And that ends the inning. At the end of 6 innings of play, Sheboygan on top, 6-0. All righty, leading off the top of the 7th, the last chance for the Addison Braves. Try and avoid a 4-game sweep by Sheboygan. They won both ends yesterday, 1-0 and 9-2. They won game 1 of this doubleheader in walk-off fashion in the bottom of the 8th, 13-12, and they're looking to complete the shutout here. Rindfleisch starts McHugh with the ball. Just like I mentioned in game 1, after that big inning for Sheboygan, Petcoli had a long sit on the bench waiting to get back in and couldn't even get out of his half of the inning. Now it's Rindfleisch seeing if he can come back from his long wait on the bench, try and finish off this shutout. Bouncing ball to short, Fields up with it, throws across, not in time, infield hit. That brings up Ben Espinoza.
Center fielder number 12, Ben Espinoza.
It's only the 3rd hit allowed by Brad Rindfleisch. First pitch swinging. Espinosa fouls it back. Rindfleisch comes set, delivers. Breaking ball is way inside. Gates, Nemitz, and Christ in the outfield, left to right. Stout, Fields, Folish at third, short, and second. Jimmy Jurgensen in the ball game is over at first for Andreas. Butkevich is still catching. Rindfleisch still on the mound trying to finish off this shutout. Evens the count at 1-1. Just a little bit inside. Bouncing ball kicked by Rindfleisch. He's going to make the play at first and does. As CJ would say, kick save. Hey, got him an out. That's going to bring up Matt Castro, pitch hitter, pardon me. Waiting for a name. Colin Wieskup coming up. He was the first game catcher. His 3-run homer tied up the ball game in game 1. Had a good game behind the dish too, as catching. Rindfleisch comes set again. Pitch is in there for a strike. Their pitch in there for a strike. Soft pop-up hit to the first baseman, and picking it up and running it to the bag, cutting right in front of Jimmy Jurgensen was Brad Rindfleisch. Give him the put out. 1 unassisted, and that'll bring up Freddie Morales.
Second baseman, number 1, Fred Morales.
Addison now with a man on third, but there are 2 outs. First pitch is a ball. It's going to be quite a weekend here for Sheboygan. They're on the cusp of taking 4 from the Addison Braves. Getting 4 wins in the Wisconsin State League. With the win, they're going to jump to 7-4 in the league. There is action by the other teams today. We don't know what the results of those are, but we'll have an updated version of the standings for tomorrow night's game, and we'll give you updates on how things have panned out over the weekend throughout the league. Who cares? Orioles in the first game of their doubleheader defeated the Kenosha Kings, and they're tied in the second game, which is a strike to Morales. but who cares? Ryan Flesch wants to finish off this shutout win for Sheboygan. Swing and a miss. Makes the count 3-2. Bouncing ball to Fields at short. He picks it, throws it. Jurgensen not able to make the scoop at first. It's going to go as an E6, and a run scores for Addison. That's the first error for Sheboygan in the ball game too. That brings up Tom Liking. Pitch looked a little bit up and in, but Liking couldn't lay off and fouled it back. Liking 0 for 2 in the ball game, grounded to short and struck out. The ball fouled straight back. Ryan Flesch comes set. He delivers. Swing and a miss by Tom Liking, and that ends the ball game. Sheboygan a winner. Line score for tonight's game. Addison had 1 run, 3 hits, and 3 errors. Sheboygan 6 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error. Winning pitcher goes to Brad Reinflesch. The losing pitcher is Addison starter Mike Rothstein. Sheboygan completes their 4-game series with Addison, winning all 4 ball games, and it was a great weekend for Sheboygan. Our next live stream broadcast, we mentioned a couple times, will be tomorrow night when the Appleton Legends come to town. We look forward to bringing you that ball game. One more time, Sheboygan a winner in game 2, 6-1. With that, thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you down the road.